Hello, LWPL. No, I'm still using it for uniform buffers, I think. Maybe anyway. Yay. Vertex shader and fragment shader. I bet you're into 3D graphics. Well, I'm not getting it. Well, because it cannot be texture. It could be upload texture, but doesn't seem to be doing much special. Nah, not really. Let's try this again. It was this one. FRC. Why? Okay, let's search for image view. I don't get it. Pretty sure I also have image views that work. Yeah, this one works. It's put in front of the pointer. This one is put after the pointer. Why? Must have to do with the MIMU, I would think. Maybe time for the debugger. I'm just going for this one. A random one, but still. Name is a string, so I can just compare that with whatever I want. And here that is equal to, oh, that's not gonna work. I don't have an hex in it, obviously. Just the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think this should work. There was something wrong with the touch GDB. I think it didn't work. I'll better fix that too, because I just keep needing it, I suppose. Oh, it works. Yes. Okay, so we have a name here that spells the pointer is given between square brackets, and then msample is appended to that. That should not happen. And if I go up in the I can change this to a larger font. I think I can just go up in the stack frame, and then we'll see where this is being called from. Yeah, this is a weird way to call it. That is, this ambifixer is already wrong, I guess. It's already wrong. So the prefix has already msampler after it, and the postfix is gone. It means, this is the postfix. It should have had this pointer in the postfix, then it would have worked. And the ambifix is of course being passed here to this set debug object name, so we can go up again. And then debug name is the one that is that's the ambifix, which is still wrong. And this is inside create sampler. Let's have a look at that point in the source code. Well, that's just being passed already to create sample. So still have to go up. Now we are here, it's inside the texture. So this ambifix is then already wrong apparently. I'm curious how that one looks like. Ambifix. Yep. So this should have been part of the postfix, and then the sampler would have been appended to the prefix, and the postfix would still be the postfix. So why did the actual postfix here end up in the prefix? And this is the ambifix, so that was passed to this function, which is the constructor of a texture. So up again. That is this ambifix here. And yep, it is still part of the prefix. Well, I'm gonna look at it every time. Every time we go up, I want to see it in the source code. The whole monitor. Okay, so simply this is being passed, isn't it? This ambifix is just simply being passed again to the upload texture, which is only called for IMG, so that would explain. So I'm going to go up. Upload texture is being called here with an ambifix and then dot font texture. Now that's strange. So here we have IMU and the postfix is correct, and then I'm calling parenthesis dot m font texture. That should give me a prefix of imgu dot m font texture, and the postfix should not be changed. And this is being passed to upload texture. So if I do down, we are inside upload texture, and ambifixer is, we lost our postfix. What the hell is going on there? Right, okay, I'm going to set a breakpoint, I guess, in synchronous window upload texture. Let's leave this debugger. Starts a new debugger, very annoying. And of course I lost what I had in my mouse for some reason. Yeah, Denny's high. Okay. This is the call 2, and what is ambifix now? Well, if someone can explain this, now the postfix is already not part of this, or did it happen before? Did it happen before? I need to put a breakpoint here, I guess. Okay, so now we have I'm Geo with the postfix of the pointer. And I'm going to call loads of things, but eventually we're going to call that. And I must be extremely mistaken. That is not doing what I think it should be doing. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm just gonna do a step. That is the next line, and the next line, and an allocator that nobody's interested in. This is our operator. So at this point I'm having it's turning it into a string. Oh, it is turning it into a string. Oh, what? What? Okay, anyway, prefix is yes. Postfix is what we expect. And infix is what we passed. And it's totally not doing what I thought. What I want is that this thing returns again an ambifix. But this is apparently kind of a finalizer. It just makes a string of it. Very confusing. Apparently I do need to use operator plus to get this to work. This is the one that I want. Append prefix. This is also the code that I had, if you ask me. We can prepend a postfix, and it's changing the postfix. I don't want that. Let's just append the prefix, so that would be this one. There's nothing to see, Ellen. It's just a triangle. 2 triangles at the moment. I'm just doing code. Maybe soon, and I mean in a month or so, I'll have more than just a triangle. I'm close to wanting to have 3D objects, so I'll have to write some test application that shows a little bit more than something flat. Okay, so the point is I need to call string plus ambifix. At the moment that previously I was calling this one, which means this one, which means this file. And I'm going to change this into plus ambifix. Now adapted that. I wonder if this compiles, because this is not a string, it's a character const pointer. To refuse to add standard string unless it is necessary. Yeah, definitely too much code, yes. Well, it compiled. Let's try this again. Well, this is another thing, but it's also flat. Well, it's not really flat actually. You see, this one is behind that one, etc. So it has these things are in the distance. They are not just smaller. They're just in the distance. So this is kind of 3D. But it's still flat, just flat squares. Well, I guess I fixed it. That is, the texture is fixed. And I'm still having buffers with the same problem. But now we know what to look for. Matthias, that is 1 triangle per year, so we all get there. Considering I'm an immortal vampire. What is this? Make, and then we run it again. This takes so long. It's sending a lot of data to the GPU, I think. What? Okay, that's nasty. MVH buffer. I did change it to plus mbfix and then suddenly it doesn't work. But this is debug set name. Shouldn't even make a difference in that case. Huh? What? But debug set name takes an ambifix, but also a string. Set debug, so it takes an ambifix here. It takes also a string, like here. Just calls object name on the ambifix. And the string, nothing. Where is my string? Here's the string. And once you have a string, it is used directly. Well, I guess we'll have to change this then here. Going to change this back because it's already a call to debug set name, so I might as well finish it. I suppose I have another string here that I missed. Don't use an X here. And this is the previous one, and then I have and then we don't have it anywhere else. Really? That is impossible. Well, it's not impossible. Oh, okay, now of course. The ambifix is already wrong here. I shouldn't look at MVH buffer. I should look at one of the other values. I should probably look at one of these. Index buffer. Yeah, of course. Stupido. No, you're gonna be kidding me, or what is this? Sorry, let's use it next because I don't know. And then I'm guessing, I'm just guessing this. I don't know, nothing. Ah, this is the one. And it is indeed also IMG. So instead of doing ambifix, you have to add ambifix last. I guess plus is left to right, So it's first going to combine this one with that, and then we get a string, and then combine with that, we still have a string, and then combine with that, and then we have an ambifix again. And then I'm also looking for a vertex buffer. And that is exactly the same thing there. What I'm making a Vulkan engine, as it says in the description. Now, let's write this debug output to a file. Okay, so that's solved it. Now all the hex values, which is the postfix, is at the end. Except when it isn't. Here's one that looks strange because, well, this one doesn't have a 0x in front of it. It's also strange. Maybe I should simply say that everything that ends on space hex is correct. This looks correct. There's a high probability of being correct. Yep, so I'm going to filter those out. Well, these all of these are still a bit weird. I want to get all my debug names correct. That would be these things. Okay, round parenthesis is also correct, really. So I should filter out that or that. And then here the same thing, but then this or that. That's not working. Maybe like this. Yeah. Here is something that is definitely not good. It is also after hex, and it is undefined. I think that it might not be a bad idea to just go up the stack from in the debugger after we see something that looks like this. Well, this does, yeah, it has a hex, so I'm going to look for this prefix. .26. Yep. Ellen writes, in my game engine. Aha, you write a game engine. Now that's viewers that I want, of course. The user can just link core libraries. Okay, it's not really 100% grammatically correct, but what I get from it is that you have a game engine project that is rather advanced already. No, my game engine can not only do 2D, I just have 2 test applications so far, which are both flat. FRC guessing the debug name here is ambifix, and it is. And it is an ambifix that is already finalized, as in the postfix is part of the prefix, just like before. And the question is then, when did that happen? Well, that would happen here, because I'm calling it like that. So I guess this is definitely wrong then. Okay. Yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm calling ambifix with parentheses, which returns a string, and then I pass that to a function that takes an ambifix. So the ambifix, then I'm creating an ambifix again from a string. I think that it would be much better if that just didn't compile. How can I stop that from compiling? Either that, or I'm going to use this to append to the prefix. That means that I'm going to delete operator plus and have this return ambifixes instead of strings. And that would work, because then this would apparently only be intended to be passed to debug set name, which currently not only takes a string but also an ambifix. And therefore it will work anyway. It's kind of a big change though, but okay, let's do that. Nah, I think the thing is that I don't know. Well, these two are so symmetric. If I just delete this one and then replace it with this operator, then I have a plus to do one thing and parenthesis operator to do the other thing, which are very symmetric, I feel. Append to prefix, prepend to postfix, almost the same thing. So maybe I will prefer this interface, and then that means I just have to get rid of this. Maybe I should just overload the object name. I think that's what I'm going to do that. So we are going to add a, well, I'm here, add an infix means no more operators, just an overloaded object name. There's also object name March clear communicates that the result is a string. It's just a name, so it's not an ambifix anymore. So now I completely deleted something, so definitely not going to compile anymore. But my hope is that it's only in a very few places going on. Okay, so here I'm currently, I was passing a string to create timeline semaphore, which takes an ambifix, so that was also a bug. Now we find those bugs. So this should have been and here I'm passing it to create image, I guess. which also takes an ambifix. Also, this was wrong. And here we call debug set name, which takes anything. So now I can do dot object name. Yeah, well, I can only hope that's just a few. Seems to be more than I expected. Create buffer. Create buffer is I guess it just takes this one, I guess. It takes an ambifix. Could have known that. So this one must be, okay, let's automate that. How can I make a macro that fixes this for me with one key press? Say put my cursor here and I'm writing a macro. Turn on the light a little bit. Because it seems that we have to do this a few times. So, yeah, macro is, how do you start a macro? Q. Let's call it the Q1. I think I can just do a substitute. Substitute on the whole line. Ambifix. Hopefully the marker still exists and I open the editor again. Oh, all like that. Yeah, I think this whole block has to be deleted actually, but let's change it in a way that the new API demands. Let's see another one here. Yeah, this is a constructor. Right, so now that's my macro. I think that is a backtick or something, or just a single quote. Nobody knows what just happened. Oh, it jumped back, so that was not what it was. That was not correct. Backtick one. Also no. How can I replay a macro? Up, so. No, add sign. Add, I think it was. Keep getting that right. Add one. Well, did something, but it's not what I wanted. Maybe it's called my macro. Okay, no macro then. Just do it by hand. I'm afraid it's going to be used at a lot more places than I had expected. Which is kind of weird. Attachment also takes... No, what am I passing it to here? Image. All those things take an MBFix. More bugs than I had ever expected to exist. It's just all wrong. I really need a macro. How can I make a macro and make it survive restarting? How do I replay a macro here? Help macro. Damn it. This is a map. Ew, that's another possibility. I don't want that. I just wanted a recording. I never used this. This bloody editor is way too difficult. So anyone in the chat who knows how to make a macro, how to record a sequence of keys and then play it back, especially the last thing. I did that already a million times, but now I cannot think of it. It is add sign, so that didn't survive the restart of the editor. So that's not going to help then. I need an indication about how many these things I have. So they look like ambifex quote, probably a dot even. Something like this. There's an X here and the dot is literal. Well, is doable, I guess. Doable. Let's look at them one by one like this. So here we're passing something to and push back shader modules. That is totally not understandable. Oh no, I'm passing it to create modules, which takes an ambifex. Yep. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them in this file. We will just make the macro again, especially for this file then. So record to 1, substitute. Oh, that would work. No. How does it work? Add 1. And it's opening the help file. Fuck off. Ridiculous. Okay then. Do it like this. That works. That does not work. Okay. And then we have the debug names that are ambifixes. Debug set name. So this becomes object name. Here's another one. Debug name. Doesn't have to get anywhere other than this. Can't type. 11:30. I got debug name. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Suspicious. Oh, it's an AI arcs thing. Yeah. These four. This is being passed to command pool. Constructor of command pool. That's an ambifix. So why is the debug name not called ambifix then? Should this be an ambifix here? Yeah, this also cannot be right. I want to append this should be an infix. Lots of strange things. Because at some point you just don't know how it works anymore, and you just do something. Then you get all kinds of weird constructs. I guess already did this one. Yep. On that one. Nope. This is the last function, I think. MBFix. Search for debug name. Change it. Oh, the list of compile errors gets worse. Elk matching function voor call door debug set object name. You bloody limit. Here I am using a parenthesis operator that gets an infix. I'm tempting to change everything back now. I still use this. I have no idea what I was thinking while designing this, but I definitely like this. I like this format. Yeah, but to change everything back, that would be painful, wouldn't it? Or would it? Sometimes you just have to do it. Nah, I guess I'll stick to the interface that I just made, as in this. And then you think, why have two of these things? Okay, whatever. Could make a template friend here and don't have to duplicate it. Let's try to compile it like this, and maybe change it. It compiles. So yeah, let's have a look here. Debug. Set name. Can I not make this a template like? I think that should work, and then you also have those here because it's a public base class. So now we don't have this, don't need this. But I still need to write a concept mbfix, and I'm still not an expert on concepts, I'm afraid. Template, type name, mbfix, concept mbfix equals I think it's just something like is convertible to mbfix or something like that. Yes, and or is derived convertible, looks like it. So it's equal to or convertible to an mbfix. This one, so yeah, that's not going to work. That is totally not going to work then. How can I check if something is convertible to mbfix when that classes hasn't even defined yet? I think I'm just simply going to rely on the need to have a prefix and a postfix. Why not? Why not? So we can do requires mbfix, and then we have something like mbfix dot prefix. Must exist. Well, we should be able to have a prefix that we can add a string to. I mean, come on, just repeat whatever's being done here. And then actually the same thing with the postfix. So we need a postfix that is a string. It's probably even better. Just test that the prefix exists and is a string. Nobody knows how to do that. So what about this? I'm just randomly guessing here, guys. I have no idea. What's the other thing? Postfix. And then const reference. I'm very skeptical though, because, well, it's never going to work. No, it's never going to work. At the very least, I'll have to wait until both MPFix and MPFix owner are defined before I implement it. So maybe I can just add it as a friend, but then not define it yet. Let's see what the compile errors say here, and I guess this is not going to work either. I don't know concepts. If that's all, you need a semicolon at the end of the declaration here. Okay. If that's all. Invalid operands to binary expression. Well, I guess it got past it, but we lost our friend. We lost the operator plus. It's special. Oh, here we are. It doesn't exist, but it does know the candidate. The candidate template is not viable where I'm doing an ambifix plus a string. That's what I'm trying here. No, I'm trying a string plus an ambifix. This one. String plus ambifix. That's what I'm trying. Candidate template ignored. Constraints not satisfied with ambifix is vulkan ambifix. Vulkan ambifix does not satisfy concept ambifix. Because ambifix and prefix standard string would be invalid. Member reference type standard string, and that is not a pointer. Okay, so it does barf on my fantasy syntax. Here's another syntax for you. In this case, I have the feeling I need a semicolon here. Still just guessing. Unexpected semicolon. No, I literally said I guess. So let's also try removing it, and then I give up and we'll start Googling it. Problem with Googling is that you have to formulate your question. No idea what that formulation would be in this case. Expected concept name with optional arguments. Okay, just the type is not working. I wanted this concept name. What about same as v? No, I'm still gambling. No template named same as v in namespace standard. Did you mean same as? Okay, I'll try same as. Well, the same as v existed. Because type constraint standard same as const standard basic string, comma string was not satisfied. all cons reference to a string. Sorry, but the standard basic string char is not the same as standard string. And who cares about a cons reference? Okay, I'm going to Google. Yeah, the syntax is pretty good. What the hell does decay copy do? Unfortunately, let us see for plus 23. That's not a concept, damn it. They give old stuff. Concept for checking if a function exists. Concept check for function being declared const, so detect whether it is a specific member variable. And now we don't have concepts again. Seriously. Oh, there's a concept. As it requires anyway. Okay, so it requires this works, but I'm failing to detect the correct type for some reason. Maybe I need convertible too, but I don't want that. I just want to have the exact type. Probably have to drop all references and constnesses. But I'm not sure how the const got there, I have to say. Really, my monitor is this wide. So I'm really annoyed by the dots here. Just show me the whole bloody question. I don't see it. Is the time Google started using AI or something? They're still using something that doesn't understand what I'm asking. I mean, a little is spelled out. Check if member exists and has given type, right? And then we get everything except what I ask for. Function. I never said function. Explicitly said not a function. It's the only thing that comes close, and then it's not using concepts. Oh, that is using concepts. Oh, let's look at it again. Yeah, well, maybe this then. DK copy. This one is specific to copy. Don't even know what that means. The copy, DK copy, whatever the hell is that? Declaration type, maybe it drops it. That looks interesting. Let's try that one. What? I did means so floating point. Yeah, don't have a standard string, I guess. How would that even work? Can you just put a type here and then I'll just have to ask this. I'm gonna ask it on IRC because I failed to see this. Still going to try something with this. Maybe you can add it here. So turn it into a type. I don't know. Let's see how that also works. Nope. Yeah, just as I found it, someone answered on IRC. And the answer is this. Well, slightly different actually. It's using is same v. I don't think there is a is same v. Same as is probably better. I don't know. Same as is a concept, I think. I guess both will work. Right, then let's do this again. FRC to, I think was FRC. And if not, then How can that still be in there? I thought I removed that. Apparently I didn't. I did now. Yeah, what I really wanted to do was look for created object, isn't it? Yeah. Let's just have a... Damn it. All this is... The only positive thing is that it shows colors. This really sucks. Created object. And now it's not showing anything. Created object. Okay, that's another one. Another way. I don't think I like this answer. A better answer is to say that standard move doesn't do anything at all. It's better for understanding it. Yeah, forget it. This one looks so weird. Yeah, I had some kind of thing in my some kind of it contained SED, so maybe not this one. That should do it. Okay, let's try this one. That's the last one. Yes. You see that other one as well. I want to get rid of all of these. I think I'm going to commit what I have so far. How do you write this? Erroneous. Missing an E. Thank you, Laser Blowfish. Okay, this is kind of not a way to write a commit message. Commit messages are really not intended to write documentation. But I felt like typing something. At least it is archived now. Otherwise, I have to add this as a comment somewhere, and yeah, I don't know. The only thing you really need to do is like add all the keywords. So this contains ambifex and ambifex owner and all the names of all the functions that were changed. So we can find that back. And then yeah, maybe add an explanation for why you did it. So maybe it's not even that bad. There is an explanation of why it was changed. Okay, but I still have... What? Oh, I just deleted that. Let's look on this one. Okay, so these don't have hexadecimal values at the end. But this is more worrying or more buggy, I think. Way more buggy. Command pool factory is what kind of debug name is this? Let's have a look at it. Grep project sources for command line factory, which is all used in one place, passing it as an ambifex to allocate buffers when calling do allocate on the command buffer factory. Now normal would have been if allocate buffers, allocate buffers, allocate buffers. doesn't it kind of depend on what allocate buffers is going to do, right? So allocate buffers is doing this. Allocate buffers calls allocate buffers, so right. This allocate buffers calls allocate command buffers. Now that's something that really going to create something. Allocate command buffers called on my logical device is allocating something and then calling debug setName. This creates a new object. It returns handles in command buffers out. Command buffers out, these are handles. Okay. So we have an array of handles and well count of them, and this call creates new handles, and I guess I want to give each of those handles a debug name. More or less dubious, but well, it's doable. Am I a bot? That would be new. I'm an AI. I don't want to be called bot. Okay, I'm just kidding. So if you see classes or macro in this case that has the prefix AI, that is the AI here is actually initials of another pseudonym of me, and I did choose the pseudonym such that deliberately it was the initial spell AI. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's not an array, then I do just have a single one and I use a debug name as the name of that. And if it is an array, then we go over all the count handles that we just created, and now we set the debug name with a new infix, where the infix is square brackets and then the index of the thing. Which means that the debug name itself should refer to the array. Yeah, because, well, clearly this is the name of the array, because I just literally put square brackets after it. I think we have in an array an account of 1, and then we get just square brackets 0 after it. That's what I saw. Is array is being passed here together with the debug name to allocate command bars. Okay. Wait, was called from here, and this one says true. Why is this an array? Nobody knows, but okay, it's being passed as a count and it's being passed as a pointer to command buffers. Let's say it is an array like that. Also get it as an array. Here it is false. So here this one is not an array, and in that case we're talking about a single handle, and I'm passing a pointer to it and a count of 1. At most you can wonder why the hell do we get here with a count of 1 when it is could have called this one. Right, now the big difference between these two is that this one is being called with allocate buffer and then basically nothing, just a debug name. On command pool. So we just call, we have a command pool and this call allocate buffer with no arguments, I get a single one. And if I call allocate buffers with a count and a pointer, then that means that it is an array, apparently. So it depends on the arguments that I pass to allocate buffers. And if you call allocate buffers and you pass a vector, then that is simply translated into the call to this thing. Yep. All of them take the debug name, and the debug name then should be the name of the array or the name of the well, this thing here. And here is a call to allocate buffers. And what is being passed is a size. A size and a resource type casted from a void pointer. Pointer to array of resources. No idea what this is about. So how many allocate buffers do I have in my code? This is the weird call, right? That was just it. And then we have there in the header command pool and command buffer something. This is just comments. Why is it commented out? Oh, lots of text. Suppose I should read that. Command buffer usage. Command buffers. Allocate command buffers. Yeah. I think I just looked at that. All the implementation stuff. So look at that again. But Well, this is a declaration. This is a declaration. This is a declaration. This is a call of another one. In all cases, MBFX is whatever it is. I don't know if I want to call this debug name. Kind of depends where the final objects are stored. If they are stored in a window or in an logical device, then I think I definitely want to use the word MBFix. And debug name, I think I was reserving for MBFixes that don't have a postfix. Well, then again, why would I need to know that here? Is it even relevant? This is an implementation anyway, which calls that. When we looked at that, we have the false and the true one, and the one that takes a vector, and that's it. So the whole thing is only called from here. It's an absolutely arbitrary thing. Well, I'm definitely not passing an array here. I'm passing an int32 type. And I would think that the only option is to pass an array to command buffer. An array of command buffers. Handles, whatever. Right. This takes a size, just takes a count and a command buffer pointer. Command buffer pointer. Well, I don't see command buffer pointer here. I see resource type pointer. What the hell is resource type then? Oh, resource type is a command buffer. Wow, could have fooled me. What the hell is that? So anyway, yes, then those two things are the same thing. I don't see the need to have a resource type here. I thought it was confusing. So yeah, well, I guess I'll just remove it. Yeah. Why not just use this? Maybe that's to do that this thing is derived from a resource factory now, which is a stateful task thing. Yeah, here things are called resource type. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's why it has to exist. The resource factory type is probably our thing, and then here the resource type is used, so it must exist. Okay. Add it back. You might as well use it here then. So it actually had a purpose. Nevertheless, then the name of the array, or yeah, this is always going to be an array, right? Like if you call it like this, that is being passed to doAllocate. doAllocate. Call to the command buffer factory. Don't tell me it's never been called. It's impossible. I'm debugging the debug name there, so it's definitely going to be called. It is called. It's just not called for my project. It is called from stateful task. Oh, really? This is where it is being called. I have no recollection at all about having written this. This is an API to allocate batches of resources of type resource type. Provided an array of n resource types, it is filled with new resource type values. An array with resource types in any order and from any batch can be freed. Each resource type in this regard is treated as an individual object. pointer to array resources must point to an array of size resources, the type of which is defined by the derived clause. Virtual do allocate and do free. Which is then being called by allocate, where we pass an array or a vector. So we can do allocate of free any number of resources by passing an array or a vector over it. It's really scary. I cannot remember that I wrote this. Not even a little bit. Well, I cannot have written it that long ago. Considering how it is written. But the only thing I saw here somewhere that was interesting was that there was a derived clause. Derived clause. I think that this is a base clause. Okay, so somewhere the word derived. Derived clause. Yeah. So apparently, I mean, this is part of stateful task, so it's not even part of the vulkan stuff. Now the vulkan stuff should be deriving from something deriving from a resource factory. Nothing, huh? Nothing. Oh, it's like that. This is namespace in it. Okay, so apparently we have a command buffer factory, which is derived from resource factory. And it has a do allocate and do free implementation. We have a command buffer pool, which is implemented as a stateful task, a resource pool with a template argument, command buffer factory. It goes deeper and deeper. That's why nobody uses my code. It's just way too difficult. It's being used by the immediate submit queue. Holy shit, yeah, I vaguely remember that I worked on that. Sorry, Bear. Maybe I should turn this symbols thing off. It's having too many false positives, I feel. I should be detecting the bots in a different way. Should be turned off now. Yeah. I guess it banned you for using C instead of C++. Or banned you, put you in timeout, whatever. Okay, I'm getting slightly depressed because I'm rubbed with my nose into the fact that I cannot remember that I wrote this. I do remember that I wrote this, which I thought was funny, and I think that was only like 1 or 2 months ago. But the rest, magic, complete, complex, non-understandable magic. I mean, most of the time I'm writing something where I think, oh my god, this is so difficult, how to do it, and I have to think and come back, and days I work on it, and then finally it works. Okay, so maybe that's the reason then that it's code that I cannot understand anymore after a while, but not even being able to remember that I wrote it at all. I don't know what this is doing. This is one of the main reasons that I always try to write code that is totally bug-free and that I will never have to look at it again. It just, once it is finished, it must work. And then it will just do its thing. I don't have to look at it anymore. So the only reason I'm looking at this now is because it produces a debug name for allocated something that looks strange. So I thought, well, let's have a look where that array is stored. Cannot even find it back. No idea. Okay, it's for immediate submit. It's a bit of vague because I'm running it in a task, meaning that's not really immediate, but maybe immediate enough. And as fast as possible submit. Yeah, ones and zeros. How are you doing, man? Okay, Elkov, thank you for watching. I'm going to I think I'm going to put a breakpoint in the debugger and then maybe meditate on that for a bit. So the problem was that we have this, that's what I'm looking at. Well, I already found this back, but that should have been something else, something that makes sense. And this index here is saying that it is a vector, probably vector or an array. I want to have at least the name of the array. Where is this stored? What is it? Well, I found that back as well. I've got it again, but okay, so if we grab for that string we find that it is being generated here. At the moment I allocate buffers. And this allocate buffers thing is what exactly is it? It's allocating command buffers. Yeah, so we have here command buffers. Well, it's not exactly this one because this is a standard array. And here I have a vector. This is the one that's being called. But still we have here the command buffer pointer. So where does it point to in memory? That's the question. This is the command buffer. Maybe I should read this because I'm kind of lost. Command buffer usage. Define command pools as part of a task. That makes sense. You just want to have one pool per task. The VK command pool create flag bits. Bits are part of the type. So we do using command pool type is vulkan command pool and then the bits. And then we define the command pool like that. Define command buffer objects as part of the same task or as local variables in functions executed by the task that owns the pool. Example, you have a command buffer here, you have an array of command buffers, or we have a vector of command buffers. And they must all only be accessed by that task. Allocating command buffers may only be done by the task that owns the command pool. In debug mode, this requires to pass a debug name that will be used for the allocated command buffers. It's even talking about our debug name. See explanation of ambifix elsewhere. Yeah, I'm trying to fix that at the moment. So don't point me to explanations elsewhere that I cannot find. I think I know how ambifix works. Anyway, this is then how that is being allocated. Suppose we have a command buffer, then we call command pool dot allocate buffer, and there's my ambifix. Haha, you see, this is what I expected. But this is a single one. So let's say we have a vector. This is the best one here. Command buffers vector. Now what we do is we have a pool and we call allocate buffers passing the vector. Oh. Okay, and then we pass the name of the vector. Doesn't want to be selected. The mouse is still broken. The command buffer may only be used while no other thread uses the command pool or other command buffers allocated from the same pool. For example, by the task that owns the pool, or by a task that was spawned by that task while it is waiting. Now the command buffer can be accessed using operator pointy thing, which returns a VK command buffer pointer. For example, command buffer begin, etc. Finally, a vulkan command buffer pointer can be converted to the underlying VK command buffer so that it can be used. So that it can be submitted using .command buffer count equals count. .p command buffers is command buffers get array. Well, that looks pretty temporary, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so what I was looking for was this name. No. This name, or this name, or this name. And in all cases, we are calling allocate buffers. Okay. Seems to really only be used here. So it is this thing here. And I still don't know what it is then. Yeah, it is a matter of who is calling this do allocate. And I'm afraid that this is the implementation of a virtual function. So it's being called from the base class. Pure horror. Really, this do allocate is only called from the base class. I might as well make it private, I think. Oh, it's not. What? To allocate is a private member. Oh, this is stored as a true type. And why is it a virtual function to begin with? But hey, we found it. Okay, so this must be public again, whatever. It's kind of nonsensical. It feels like it's kind of nonsensical to make it a virtual function when I'm calling it directly on this class anyway. That's how it's being done, isn't it? How does it even know that this is the class then? Pretty confused here. This is in stateful task resource pool, and mFactory is a resource factory type, which is RF, which is a template parameter of the resource pool. Yeah, okay, so we pass that somewhere. Control tab, I guess. Look for the resource pool. This passed like that. So the command buffer factory, no wait, yeah, the command buffer factory is command buffer factory is derived from resource factory. But the so-called virtual functions are called directly on this type. They just don't never have to be. They never have to be virtual. Not like this. I don't see why they ever would have to be virtual. I'm going to remove the virtual stuff from it. Who was calling it? I got again, of course. Oh, now it's being called here. Damn it. Really? Oh, it is, but these are resource type. No, it's really... Now it must suddenly be a virtual function. If I'm using this interface. Oh, okay, well, I guess we need both. Right, so the array is resources. That is the name of the thing. And that is something that is passed to acquire. Then who is calling acquire? We found it. So this is the vector. But you can hardly believe that it isn't kept longer than just as a local variable. Record commands. Oh, okay. It's allocating command buffers and then recording the command buffers. And then submitting it and then destructing them. Well, it's not destructing them, is it? The same for add poll. Yeah, it is. I don't think add poll will block. I think it's immediately destructing them. I think that the command buffers can be destructed as soon as they are submitted. So they're really short-lived. Which means that it doesn't make any sense even to give them a debug name. No. If anything goes wrong, then, well, you know. But if I wanted to give them a debug name, I would have to call them command buffers as part of a function. Well, as part of immediate submit queue. Multiplex implementation, which is just a task. So I'm not even having a postfix pointer then. Well, the task pointer would do. So theoretically you could do that. Let's say acquire. Okay, so we call acquire on M command buffer pool, which is unfortunately a stateful task resource pool, even though having a template that we know of. And then acquire itself is one of these functions, probably this one. So we end up here, and that is inside stateful task, which has no clue about debug names. So at the moment I call acquire, I know we get somewhere where we cannot pass debug names to. So we cannot pass ambifixes to this, even though I would like to. And then that is calling a do allocate with a pointer somewhere inside my resources, and then a bunch to allocate, and the do allocate is then a virtual function of my own object again. So I get rather immediately back to my own object. So I suppose what I could do is store the ambifix in the command buffer factory just before calling acquire, and then when I get here I just still have it. I think that's what I'm going to do then. Got to do something. So let's add here an if def cw debug mode, and then we have an ambifix. Can't type as usual. Acquire. What do you think? So whatever the ambifix is set to, it can be used in do allocate then. So let's use it. I'm just passing that here then, and ambifix. And then I have to make sure that I set that the moment I call acquire. And God knows where I did call that. Got it again. Oh, here. Well, we can just add it here, I guess. Oops, comma. GW debug only. Kind of want to add a post prefix and a postfix. I think I can do that like this, because this is now the constructor of an ambifix, which takes two arguments. First argument is the prefix, which is the name of this factor, and I have to tell it that this is part of a function. kind of have the habit to call it by the state that we are in. So I can just use this state and then I will understand that we are inside this function. But not just inside this function, but also inside this state. So it gives more information. So I'm using the state name, and then I know that, you know, while this task is inside this state, we created a local vector called like that. And then the second argument to my ambifix must be yeah, just a space followed by a space followed by a square bracket followed by an, something followed by another square bracket. And then here I want to print as a hexadecimal rather. So this is kind of painful, right? I should have a function for it. So you have functions like toString, but in this case I want to convert it to a postfix. Maybe I should just call the function toPostfix. And then just allow that this pointer to postfix this. Of course, I have already code that does something like it, but I'm not sure how that is called. Anyway, this will give a compile error, so I can just write it to disk, I think, and then start looking for the oh wait, I added, what did I add? An acquire with a, yeah, I added an acquire with a debug name. To add that now from here. Acquire. Yeah, I have lots of acquires. That's not nice. Which acquire am I using? I'm just using this acquire, right? So let's just, well, no. Okay, let's just call this acquire directly and set the ambifix just before it, like I said. Acquire. But I have to set it on the command pool. So now I need to add a set ambifix to the command pool, command buffer pool. Oh, or not. No, I have to set it to the command buffer factory. That's just this function, I think. I'm just adding a set, I think, anyway now. Set ambifix, yeah. Call set ambifix on the now we are inside an immediate submit queue. That was not the idea here. Shit. I think I have to set it on the factory. And then this is just returning const reference. And that then is the factory. Factory is oh my god, it's constructed here from arguments. There is no other factory than this factory. Seriously. Yep. Well, okay. Yeah. Got dirtier and dirtier. Factory. This is the. I need a factory of the resource pool. Which is the M command buffer pool. So we do get the buffer pool and we get the factory from that, and then I call set ambifix on that. Right. I don't know anymore. Let me just see what the compile error is and I'll fix that. Yeah, we don't have a S. I do have an S postfix. Declared here. Let's see how that looks like. S postfix. Yes, it even takes a task. You gotta be kidding me. And I can specify brackets. Wow. I'm amazing myself. Of course, this is also to cry that I did not remember that I already had that. So I'm having an S postfix. You can just S postfix task. You just do that. No member named set ambifix in command buffer factory. think we need an owner because I need. Or do I? Wait a minute. I don't need an owner. I'm just setting it directly. The task pointer. See, this is only for owning window of a logical device. And then automatic creation of the postfix. Yeah, let's just make it an MVFix. And we still can move it, I guess, because it's a temporary. And I'm not sure if MVFix even supports moving. Since it doesn't. Or maybe we have a default. Probably have a default constructed. Default generated, I mean. Move constructor? Assign. Move assignment operator. Yes. Make. That did work-ish, and then I'm running it again, I guess. Let's try this one. I don't know which one was the one that failed. Or failed. Failed is maybe a big word. Let's look at the history. Did I do so much? I don't think so. I think it was in the other one then. The other top. Yeah, the last time I did run this, that was on UBT. Let's run UBT again. I don't know which directory we're in. And then we run this. And it's gone. Very nice. But that doesn't mean that it really works. We just have to look at the troop. And then of course nobody knows what I have to look for. It was something with a buffer in it. No? Was it? Yeah. Command buffer. Okay, I'll never find that back. Also not like this. There it is. Created object, immediate submit queue, need action, command buffers, the size 1, allocate command buffers, one of them. And then it creates that thing, which is at index 0, of course, and this should be the task pointer that we are running in, and it is because total. You can see that back here, it is running immediate submit queue need action. And now you see that here back. So now I see that this is the local vector in that was created inside well, inside multiplex implementation, running this state. So I consider this one fixed. And then we have this one with the 3 dots, which is also super vague. I hope this one is not as difficult. And pipeline layouts. Yeah, it's just literally having the dots here in it. Okay, so we created an object. This is the handle, or at least a unique pointer to it, and then we store that in sorry, we store that in M pipeline layouts, which was locked here from M pipeline layouts, so I might as well say that it is part of M pipeline layouts, and the index is well, whatever the size is that we're going to push it into here. Try and place. So if the size is 0, we're going to put it at 0. So this just should be the size of this array. And that is not thread safe because I think this can throw. Yeah, see, it's a try block. This is not entirely correct. Whatever the size is here might not be the size anymore when we get here. Or do I see that wrong? No, that's correct, actually. What the size is here, we have the read log here, only the read log. And we do not release the read log, so nobody can write to it. If this is the size at this point, and we get here, then that's still the size before we execute the try in place, because nobody else was able to write to it. It is, however, possible that we do this and we fail to get a write log. So this throws and we start over. But that just means that this unique pipeline layout is being destructured, and therefore we just delete the whole layout again. And the debug name is also not used anymore. It's also freed, I guess, along with freeing the pipeline layout. So that looks correct then, but I'm not happy with the fact that we're creating the ambifix here. What the hell? Out of nowhere. I mean, what object is this part of? And with what I mean, of course, in pipeline layouts, that is the current object. That's a logical device. Well, maybe this was written so long ago that I doubt it. Doubt it. Really, seriously doubt it. But the point is that I'm pretty sure I do have a debug name prefix function, member function of the logical device. So the problematic thing was something with that in it. It's not compiling. ToString does not work. Why not? Candidate function not while, no known conversion from standard map. Size type, aka unsigned long, to vulkan swap chain index. Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe just should use standard string. Standard ToString. Yeah, for built-in types you have to do that. They don't have a namespace, right? And it is gone. That is, can do a grep. Yeah, so that looks good. Now it's called M pipeline layouts 0 with the pointer to the logical device. Is that index correct? Yeah, it must be. Just as the first pipeline, I guess. Do I have only one pipeline layout? That seems very strange. I guess I have only one pipeline layout. Really? No. Really? Well, I had one before that, so yeah, well, I guess. I have two pipelines. They share the same layout. Well, how efficient. And then we do the following thing. We look at the next one. This one. It looks like you know, window pointer, but they're different, so that's unlikely. And there's also no space here. So what's up with the pipeline cache? TPS and pipeline cache. I think this is the debug thing, the name, the mpfix. where it all comes from. Here's another one. Maybe it's a task pointer. Something does go wrong there. I don't know. Yeah, so this is M pipeline cache that was just created, and it's being stored in this thing here, but is that a final place? I think that the pipeline cache is a task, and those usually don't run very long. I think it is. This whole thing is called pipeline cache, and this is the pipeline cache. So yeah, probably it's like the final thing, right? It's even unique. It's totally the final thing. And we are inside a task, so I would think I would just want to use this state again as the prefix in front of this, instead of the create mbfix, whatever that is. The create mbfix is pipeline cache. Yeah, we can change that. In fact, I think I can remove the whole create mbfix because I don't need it then. Okay, now here we see why there is no space. And this pointer is yeah, I don't need it. Let's delete this. And then Now we just create an ambifix again using, so we don't have this, and I'm just calling this just after the state, and the postfix is then our as postfix function. Ta-da! My eye is itching. Oh no, I'm going to get horrible diseases. Just kidding. But it is itching. Initializer and power. Yeah, okay. Okay, great. Where's the other one? There's the other one. Oh, I guess that's going to be the exact same thing as in what? Function are we in? And it's whoever load is called. Whoever is calling load, well, nobody knows. Maybe I should not even add a state here. I'll add pipeline cache, and now we know that postfix is a pointer to the pipeline cache. That we should do. Something like this. Well, aren't you curious what is the result of that? Yeah. As postfix is declared in debug set name.h. Well, we are inside task probably. Let's try vulkan. As postfix is inside vulkan, not even in vulkan debug. Let me try this first. That worked. And it is gone. Yeah, well, that just worked. Can I still remember what it was? I don't think I can remember what it was. I can, yeah. It's compile error safety crap. So now it looks like created pipeline cache and pipeline with the task pointer, pipeline cache task pointer. That looks good. So the only thing then now that does not reveal the exact location in memory is this debug name, which is yeah, the last one, because they're all the same clearly. Yeah, I'm creating an ambifix with a dot out of nowhere. Ridiculous. Prefix and postfix later, and copying this vector to the pipeline it will be used in. Ew. Really? Really? So this thing is going to be copied to pipeline. That's what it says. Well, I have to admit that right now it's in a kind of a nothing thing. Where is it not? Where did this come from? I don't even see it. Missing descriptor sets. You see this allocating descriptor sets, and then we get back in a vector, and that's, I don't know what it is. Really? Pretty sure that the logical device allocated descriptor sets. It returns a vector or frame resource capable descriptor sets. Oh, like that. Okay. Okay, so this sets a debug name on the descriptor set. VK descriptor set. With or without an array index. Or even 2 array indexes. And yes, we saw that. That's the frame resource capable descriptor sets for you. And which stores a vector of descriptor sets. Frame resource index. And we return a vector of those. So we might end up indeed with 2 array indexes. And then where is this going to? It's taken apart again by index I. That's kind of weird. And Descriptor set preset index. Well, at the very least, I can't find this thing back. Doesn't exist. Great. So this thing is vector by set indexes, I hope. Yes. And it contains a vector by... No, it just contains frame resource capable descriptor set. Well, that's good, I think. Yes. This makes more sense. However, prefix and postfix must be added later when copying this vector to the pipeline that will be used in. Is it copied then? It is. Spiky, do you have a good eye for complex? Because it is complex. This one function, I remember that still. Well, maybe not this one function, but at some point I had a function and it just took me forever to get that one function to work. And that one function has been split up a few times. That's what I remember. This is a part of it. Set layout binding. Yeah, well, yeah. The question is this thing moved to a pipeline? I mean, that's what the comment says. Share input data. I guess it is. That is, at some point, I'm calling. Let's save this. Does it compile? Yeah, probably. It's usually internal. External brain damage. Well, I don't know what internal means there. Can you mean that your brain is inside your head? I concur. What shall I do? Okay, at some point we draw something, and I never know where to look, so I'm just typing something and then hopefully get somewhere. Yeah, well, not really, but maybe, you know, draw. This maybe. Nope. Okay, then here's this draw frame. Draw one frame. This comes close. Very close. Yay, hot. We are there. These are our descriptor sets, and I'm getting that by calling a function on mgraphics pipeline 1 and on 0, of course. So what is this? And there it is. That thing is returning mDescriptor set per set index per frame resource. Which happens to be a member of this class, which is pipeline, right? Yes. This would be the final place. At some point that is being filled then. Resize. Oh yeah, this reordering here happens. Yes. So it's being passed here and then we copy it. Upon pipeline construction. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can find back where the pipeline was constructed. Which probably look like something like pipeline, let's construct it like that. I think here's a pipeline construction. You see, this passes the mShader input data dot descriptor set per set index, and that's what still has those incomplete MB fixes. This is the thing that we were filling. I find that one back, and I get to where we just were. See, here, add prefix postfix later. That's that thing. Now I've got which function was it where this thing was copied? But the constructor of pipeline. Let's see what the constructor of the pipeline is. Do we have a pipeline here? We have a pipeline. I'm going to construct a pipeline. Not here. There is a constructor. Why do we have such a big constructor in our header file? I have a special brain, yeah. But The real question is, how can I add prefix and postfix to my incomplete ambifix here? You cannot. It's ridiculous to think that we could do that. Yeah, that's not possible. Let me think. How can I fix that? It seems to me that what I could do is just set the debug name here. Descriptor set is that thing. So little VK descriptor set. I'm not using an IDE. So debug set name, how does it work again? And it's a debug set object name, which I might as well use a. I cannot use one of these. Let me see. I cannot use these. Do I have to pass a logical device? Is that it? Guess I do. Or do I not? Probably do. Except when I pass an owner. Yeah, what? Only fix dot logical device. Yeah, yes. So could use this one, just object name and a logical device pointer. That should do the trick. Do I have a logical device pointer here? I don't know. Just have a pipeline. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, that sucks, of course. None should pass a logical device to the constructor if we are in debug mode. Yeah, let's assume we have that. And then here I can pass a string, and the string should spell well, nobody knows. I can just construct an ambifix maybe, that might be easier. Although, no. Okay, so anyway, we're writing to this thing here. To string frame index. Plus close open plus to string set index plus that, comma, yes, postfix this, I guess, which then means that I need to put in front of this that this is a member of pipeline. That would be pretty complete. And then we do that here as well. It's kind of the same thing. But we only need to do that for the first frame because, well, they're all the same, every frame. And debug set name is, by the way, I hope, it's a statement that is empty when we are not in debug mode. But this whole thing anyway is if def c double debug and if okay, so yeah, I should just not set a debug name at all then in the other case. Or maybe I can do that and I'll just override it here in case something goes wrong in between. Seems highly unlikely. You never know. Namespace is vulkan. Fix is defined in vulkan, so why would you not know it? Is it not included? Oh yeah, still don't have a logical device here. So we're going to have to pass a logical device to the constructor. I have no idea where this was called from. Pipeline factory, I guess. What is it? No matching function will call to debug set object name, debug set name, blah blah blah. Oh, I'm passing it as a reference. That's not correct. Let's pass it as a pointer. Always passing those things as a pointer. That's still in there. What is Nightbot doing? Nightbot is sleeping. What the hell, man? No matching constructor for initialization of vulkan pipeline. That's what it is being called. Bear. I was just going to be mad at Nightbot. You turn that around. Yeah, you're too nice. Vulkan pipeline, blah blah blah. We are missing a pointer to a logical device here. Please tell me I do have a logical device here. Yes, I do. I already see it. Running window logical device. Oh wait, that was a debug only thing. Well, let's see if it compiles first. No matching constructor for initialization of... Oh really? It requires 5 arguments, but 4 were provided. I just added. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I don't know what this is. 1, brace open, brace close, comma. It's really counting as 1, 2, 3, and then it's closed there. Okay, I just added it at the wrong place. Finally, I'm seeing it. It must be added there. So we have comma only, and then something not here. Here. Yeah, that's what I like about you. You caught me by surprise, but then I thought he's right. That's a much better approach. It compiles, so what you do, you just run this. We close it and we do the long thing again. Nothing. Okay, that's a good thing, right? So, what was the last time I had something? Yeah, it's even still there. So now I'm going to grab this and grab disappointing. Oh wait, it's just I renamed it. Nobody knows the what, but I renamed it to. It's renamed to. Now it's called this. Or not. Wait. Yeah, well, this, we have this, and we have another one. So the other one is something else. I'll look at that a little afterwards. Let's grab this one. There it is, created object, pipeline, and set per set index per frame resource. And then frame resource index, comma, set index. Descriptor set per set index per frame resource. I can stare at it as long as I want, but it's time to take a break. Clearly, because it prints it with the frame resource index first. Let's check if that's correct. That's correct. Okay, and then the other one. I guess the other one also has pipeline in it, or what does it? Well, F hashtag 9 maybe to give us something. No, I'm confused. There it is up front here. I was looking at the final one, of course. The final one. We also have this one. We now have this one and this one. This one is temporary. I'm not really happy about this. The same object. Yep. No, different object. Different object, but pretty sure it's the same handle, right? It should be the same handle. Yep. So now I'm setting the debug name multiple times, even though the first one is enough. Yeah. It's being stored in two places, but it can only remember one debug name. So that's kind of not working. Plus, you have to wonder who is going to destroy these things. This is not good. I need a canonical place for the descriptor sets. And apparently I'm storing them in every pipeline that's using it. So the pipeline is not the canonical place. As you ask me, the only canonical place is the place where I store the unique handle. So this was not really what we wanted. Also not moving it. It's really weird this. Would almost think, why doesn't it give me a validation error? But it doesn't, right? No validation errors. No validation errors when we close it. No validation errors when we close it. Okay, well that's really weird, isn't it? I want to see those things be destructed. This is the pipeline. This it prints all the handles. What am I looking for here? Sorry, that was probably the handle, but what I really wanted still is to see this, I think. Or, well, yes, it doesn't really matter. Does it? It doesn't. So here those things are being created, and that means that all the handles must be different. I guess they are, so we get a take a random one and then I should use an editor because this stupid less thing doesn't understand what I want. Let's go from the top. Created object with that handle. This only happens once. Here it is being used. So resource returning, blah blah blah. Well, okay, that's just after they are allocated, they are being returned. Update descriptor set. It's updating the descriptor set. So very nice. Update descriptor sets is being called. Add set layout binding. Whatever. Update texture, update descriptor set. Increment count for the descriptor set. The handle is using a lot of times. Yeah, all the shader resource stuff is not very interesting. And now we jump to the bottom. Not jump to the bottom. Created object again. So this is just wrong, but well, yeah, it's just wrong. It should not do this. And then again, created it again. Seriously, that's 3 times. That cannot be correct. And again, oh no, that now we went around. 87%. Looks like the handle's never destructed. Or maybe it's automatically destructed when I destruct the whole pool. These things come from a pool. So we don't get a validation error because you never free descriptor sets at all anyway. You just free the whole pool. Because that's how it works. Well, I think I did enough work on the debug names, you know. Although there was one thing that was really bothering me, that was those reversed brackets. Cannot find that back. So I think somewhere I have this bracket, a closing bracket, and then that's followed by a 0, I think. That doesn't exist anymore. Followed by any digit. Doesn't exist. Followed by a hashtag maybe. Also not. Followed by an F. Yeah. This is the one that I mean. It's totally wait. And it happens here as well. And MV allocation. Let's find this. So I'm looking for a closing brace followed by a hashtag. Or not. An F, damn it. F hashtag. Well, that's a lot of them. Okay, oh, I just want to have these names, and probably these are the only two, but you know, I'm lazy, so SCD or E, substitute absolutely anything until well, and dot might be there, but then again it might not be there. So we do this, I guess, or was it the other way around? This, and then we do something like A through Z, or God knows, maybe that, and underscores any number of times, followed by a square bracket close with F and a hashtag, and then followed by anything else, and then we replace that with that thing. And then I missed a lot of stuff. There, just one. That's a lot of empty stuff. Yeah, there's just two of them. Right, so grab those. Seems to be something like this. Here's another one. memory image, memory buffer. It's probably the buffer, right? Because we also have buffer. Let me look for that one instead. So this is the line that reveals what the ambifix is. So my guess is this ambifix is screwed up, and that's why we get both the MVH buffer and the MVH allocation wrong. And the ambifix is coming from, it's being passed to this function. This is a constructor, buffer constructor. It's always hard to find. Might be hard to find. I'm just going to rename it. No, that's nonsensical. I'm going to, well, we don't even have to do that. Or maybe we do, but I'm going to switch to here and then let's insert an int here. Yeah, and then we get an error there, and then we don't get any other error. So I'll have to add an int here as well. Okay, so no matching constructor requires 5 blah blah blah. MBFix. Oh, right, yeah. And that's gotten from the uniform buffer constructor. So now I can start all over. Remove this int again. Remove it here. Grab for the uniform buffer. Oh, what was it? Uniform buffer, yes. Okay, so let's add an int here then as well after the size. Constructor, this one is in line. No matching function will call to construct add in instantiation of function template specialization requested here and requested here. That's one. Candidate ignored, blah blah blah. Well, I'm guessing that this ambifix is then confusing. Well, these are the frame resource index. This is the frame resource index. That's going to be printed as f hashtag. And the square braces are here, and they look correct. But it stops at the first error. So since this is correct, I just have to fix this error and then hope for finding another one. How about I just look for this with an inverse square bracket? Might just exist, you know. Oh, too bad. Still too bad. No, that's not possible. Damn it, I don't understand this, man. GSX. Probably should have escaped it, or not. Let's try this one. Definitely should appear on one line. Nah. That's not going to be it. We're in external anyway. It's the kind of regular expressions that don't give you anything. Okay, clearly we do not want to see /user either. Or opt while I'm at it. That's a bit much to read through. Maybe I should Try the debugger. Yeah, okay, so I didn't see it. Can't be kidding me. I should have a lot of these. Yeah. Oh, no. It's so weird. Yeah, well, clearly cannot find it at all. That's interesting. I'm going to use the debugger. So, what was the problem? The problem is that there is something that looks like it looks like this. How the hell is that happening, man? I'm being flooded again. Report spam and leave. Right, so I have the following principle. If anyone contacts me, it's a scammer. There is no way you can assume that it's not. I mean, either that or it's someone who just wants to make money by advertising in an honest way. Yeah, no, those people still exist, but they shouldn't contact me on, without asking me. If someone calls you, say you bought something from Microsoft, you paid for it, it's broken. You write an email to Microsoft saying that you want your money back, and then someone calls you and they say, yeah, I'm from Microsoft, and you had something that you wanted your money back, you wanted a refund. Then that's a scammer, because they called you. That's how it works. Unfortunately. So just now I got automatically invited on a Telegram channel related to crypto. I don't care what that is about. Someone who's letting me join, someone I don't know, on a Telegram channel, and they're telling me how to get rich fast and stuff like that. It's always a scammer. Always. 100%. So I just report it and leave. I'm getting frustrated about these inverse brackets here. Why can I not find that? And bottom buffer. Of course, it must be something. It has something to do with the MBFix, or not. How? What? Where? When? Nobody understands this at all. Maybe this is it. Yeah, I think I found it. I think I found it. Which class was that where I added the size, the int to? I added an int somewhere. That's going to work. Comma int. Hey, that's on. Uniform buffer. Pipeline. Skipping. Yeah, that's working. Okay, let's just look for uniform buffer. Maybe it was this one, maybe it wasn't. Probably it was this one. Okay, repeat. Yeah, what was I looking for? Last time this went wrong here is this. So for example, bottom buffer allocation. Does not exist anymore. Yep, now it's correct. Now it is correct. Great, fix that one out also. Let's have a look at the good diff. Going to play Risk. I think I fixed all the wrong MBFix shit. The AKA debug names. Git status. Remove my troop files. Git commit -a. Fix MB fixes or debug name. Yeah. Okay. Well. The list is slowly getting shorter. It's almost on one page. so many FIXMEs left though. If it takes me not it a couple per day, but it could take a long time. Okay, lots of these things that are really old already. I don't think I just can even fix them yet. So at some point I'll just stop. Would fix this one would already be incredible. Well, this must be implemented as well, though I don't see the point. But yeah, definitely a gaping hole of implementation. I guess this is the next one, and since I'm taking at least an hour per FIXME, I'm gonna call it quits, and then I can play a game of Risk maybe before I go to bed or something. I'm sure I have been horribly boring again today, but after I fix the FIXMEs, we're going to do something really new, like yeah, well, I don't know. Streams won't change, but it's just... I'm going to do something new, but I'm not sure if you will be able to see it. People are probably able to see it by the time I render something different. It's getting pretty high on my priority list that I will be able to have a camera so that I can move around. So they can use the mouse and then rotate the camera. But before I can implement that, I probably should make a scene with some 3D objects. And in order to do that, I also feel I have to work on one of these FIXMEs here. So this one, for example, it's the same thing here. Currently I'm just waiting for the graphics pipelines to exist before I do something in my render loop. Do something meaning hard coding calls to those existing pipelines. But what we really want is that I just, I set off a task that creates a pipeline and well, let the task work, and in the meantime I just draw everything else that I can draw, and then if the pipeline is finished and I can draw it, then okay, well, it should insert itself into some queue so that it starts to be drawn. I'm calling it here a render proxy. I'm not sure if that is correct, but okay, the indication here is that we have a vector of render proxies, whatever that may be, and then we just run over the content of the vector and draw whatever's ready. So then that means that as soon as a graphics pipeline is finished and can draw something, it would add itself to that vector, and that then would cause it to be drawn. This kind of makes sense. Let's say this is one pipeline and this is the other pipeline. So if one of the pipeline is not finished, I don't really see a reason not to draw already half of it, so we could just skip this and draw that one, or the other way around, and then eventually the pipeline, or both pipelines will be ready, and we'll draw both of them. And by the way, in this case, this one draws one triangle and that draws the other triangle. So yeah, I could hold up one of the creation of one of those pipelines, and then you would see just one triangle pop up, and maybe with a little delay get the other one, something like that. And then I would be working on this FIXME. But the story is a lot more complicated, because at some point I have to understand the difference between the different pipelines. For example, I think it's a habit. Most people do something like, yeah, they have something like materials. Materials usually, or they just need a different pipeline. So you would have a pipeline per material, say. A material is then, yeah, okay, something that needs a different pipeline, but you could translate it to, let's say, something that looks shiny and glowy, and something that looks matte and, I don't know, you know, as if it is made of wood, and the other thing looks like it's made of metal, and then you have something that looks like skin, and they all, you know, usually need a different pipeline. But if, say, I would have to render a whole forest, and I would need a different pipeline for, say, the leaves and the bark, the wood. No, I'd rather see it differently. Say I have just, let's say I have a pipeline for metal and I have a pipeline for wood, what I said, and then I have a lot of objects that exist of both wood and metal. Do I really want to start like here, run one pipeline then? Then that would mean the whole, well, yeah, well, you don't get to see it anyway, right? But so, I mean, before it is finished. So what would happen then? I would render all the metal, and then I would render all the wood, say, and then you get to see it. But there is a problem with that, because usually one object is hidden behind another object, or some object is far away, and you just don't have the frame rate to draw it. So on one hand you would say I'm just making a vector basically with materials, and then I just draw all of them, but that's not spatial enough. You need to somehow be aware of where things are, and if they are behind the camera you don't want to draw them either. So the distance is important. If it's in the field of view of the camera is important. If it's behind another object is important. And that's those are all things that I haven't really thought about yet. I'd probably be better if at some point I just started to study maybe, you know, things that other people did or wrote about it. Instead of trying to come up with my own ideas. But I'm thinking about it, and it's not easy. It's not easy at all. So I'm not sure what to do next. You know, what I could do, so say I'm gonna work on materials, and I'm just going to render a sphere, and then put some material on a sphere. So you see a metallic sphere, or a sphere that looks like it's made of wood, etc. A lot of people do that, but it kind of feels that maybe then I'm shooting myself in the foot, because then I might be implementing things that later on won't work when I want to optimize for something spatial. It feels like more logical to first yeah, start to be aware of where objects are and how what the size is. So basically partition the whole scene. And I have no idea how this culling works. How can you find out that an object is behind another object so you don't have to draw it? My feeling is that what I want to do is draw first everything that is close. I mean in terms of objects. And then if at some point I draw something that is further away and I notice somehow by virtue of the GPU it's telling me that absolutely none of the pixels made it to the screen, then I can just say, okay, I'm stopping drawing this object, right? But then the camera might move and then I'll have to try it again, or I have to somehow become aware that it's maybe visible again. This is so difficult. I have no idea how this works. I think I really have to read up on how other people do that. Anyway, I'm gonna stop the stream now and then let's see you tomorrow, I guess.